Good. Now we're on. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we would like to welcome you to the 2023 Ken Dunn East Coast Championships. Our first event is Event 7, Women's 1500 meter freestyle. We're now asking the swimmers to clear the pool, and I'd just like to inform you that your announcers today are Adam Bauma and
Ewan McLean. Welcome to the session, folks.
Some might even call us the Dream Team.
The Dream Team.
So first up, we have 1500 meter freestyle. It's heat 1 of 4. So I think this is the A final for the women's.
Yes, it is. All the
fastest heat, at
exactly.
least.
Heats 3 through 4, or heats 2, 3, and 4 rather. Swam this morning, and the top 8 seeds are all going to swim tonight.
They're just fixing one of the lane ropes right now in lane 1. My announcer is just pointing out the team names. There's a lot of different teams here this weekend. We got some teams all the way from Ontario, actually. Isn't that right, Ewan?
That's right, Adam. We've got teams from Ontario, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Newfoundland, and PEI, I believe. So this is a national competition here. Teams from all across the country have come to swim at the Ken Dunn East Coast Championships.
And if you guys have any questions or want to ask us anything, make sure to reach out to Ewan McLean on Instagram. Ewan, how do you spell your username?
I will let you know right after they start this heat off.
In Heat 1, Lane 1, we have Kaylee Simmons from the St. John's Legends. In Lane 2, we have Catherine Dawson from the Crusaders. Lane 3, we have Allison Redfern from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 4, we have Ella Dobson from the Dow Tigers. Lane 5, Reagan Krull from the Dow Tigers. Lane 6 is Molly Barber from SWAT. Lane 7 is Mary Ellen Holland from the Halifax Trojans. And in Lane 8 is Isabel Mellinson from UNMNS. That is the Nova Scotia Blue Nose Masters.
This is the 1500. It's the longest race in swimming that can be done in a pool, and this is going to be a long one, folks. Around 18 to 20 minutes of swimming as fast as they can, and they are off.
And as you can see there in lane 5, we have Reagan Curl. She is actually a very fast swimmer. She has a, silver medal from U Sports?
She does. The 800 meter freestyle in 2022, I believe, at U Sports. She came second place.
I actually watched her swim that event. It was very riveting.
I bet it was.
In lane 4, we actually have Ella Dobson. Ella Dobson is actually dating my roommate, Ryan Jardine. Ryan, would you like to hop on the mic for a quick second?
Hello.
That was Ryan there. He's a great roommate. Ella Dobson, very fast swimmer. She's in her first year at Dalhousie University.
Yes, she is, and now she's representing Dal here at the Ken Dunn East Coast Championship
She
tonight.
actually swam for SWAT, I believe.
Yes, she did. Sackville Waves.
She actually swam for Trojans in her last year. Ryan Jardine just told us. Also, Lucy Jardine's also here. Once again, if you guys want to give us any constructive criticism, any suggestions, any questions at all, you guys should reach out to Ewan McLean on Instagram.
Yep, that is going to be E.MacLeann. That's E.MacLeann if you guys have any questions.
You can also hit him up. He's single.
You actually have to stop. You have to fucking take it down a couple notches. Dude.
And just make sure to tell all of your family members to reach us and watch us, me and Ewan, at AO.live.
We are reaching the 300-meter mark of this race, folks. In first place, it is Reagan Kroll in lane 5 from the Dalhousie Tigers with a split of 3:24.63, followed by Ella Dobson of the Dal Tigers in lane 4 with a split of 3:30.89.
Reagan Kroll's touching in at a time of 4:34.98, followed by Ella Dobson with a time of 4:42.16. Those are very fast times.
We have a good night of racing in store here for you, folks. This first event is the women's 1500-meter free. Next up will be the men's 800-meter freestyle, and then the other events we have today are the men and women's 50 free, followed by the women and men's 200 breaststroke and 100 backstroke. And then we're going to finish off with an 800-meter freestyle relay. That means each swimmer on the team will swim a 200 free, one after another. As we are approaching the 500-meter mark of this race, meaning they're about a third of the way done, Reagan Kroll flips in a time of 5:45.49. Now, Adam, you spent 2 years as a member of the Dalhousie men's swim team, but you were never much of a distance swimmer, so this is not exactly in your wheelhouse. But what do you know about distance swimming and the strategies you can employ to last through such a long, grueling race?
As Reagan Kroll likes to do it, you swim fast.
Yep. And then you just keep going. Exactly. Well, if it works, and right now that strategy seems to be working quite well for Reagan as she is extending her lead, flipping in a split of 7:32.64, I believe, at the 650-meter mark. Ladies and gentlemen, Reagan is about to approach the 800-meter mark, flipping in a split of 9:20.13. 800 meters is the typical distance that the women will do for distance events, at least in the AUS. And Ella Dobson flips with a split of 9:29.94, but they're still going. They still have 700 meters left to race, but they're looking strong and they're holding the pace here.
And I know for Reagan Crowell, she actually hasn't swam a long course 1,500 meters since probably high school.
Years
She's
ago.
now going into her 6th year of university. So it's been a while for her.
It's been a while, but it seems like she's holding strong here, flipping in 3rd place in lane 3. That's going to be Allison Redfern from the Halifax Trojans in a split of 9:51.70. Now the race for 3rd is wide open, Adam. It looks like Reagan and Ella have distanced themselves from the pack. But honestly, 3rd through 8th place are only separated by less than 10 seconds. This could still go either way. There's still plenty of race left to be swum.
That's right, Ewan. There is plenty of race. There's over almost half a race left to swim. Ewan McLean's our analyst over here. He has Swim Canada open. Meet Mobile open. He's checking on stats. He's doing it twice. He's got to find out who's swimming fast. It's still Reagan. She's pulling away slightly from Ella, but Ella's still holding in there. Let's see how this plays out, Ewan.
Yeah, well, anything can happen in the 1500. There's just so much space for these swimmers to cover.
As one wise man once said, there's still a lot of race to be swam.
Very wise, Adam. Whoever that man is sounds like he knows what he's talking about. And as I said before, the race for 3rd is wide open, and in lane 3 and 6, it looks like they're only separated by about a second there as the splits pop up. Just over a second. Lane 3, that is Allison Redford from the Halifax Trojans, and in lane 6,
Molly Barber
from Swim Ottawa.
Two very strong swimmers. We got Reagan Crowell still in the lead with Ella Dobson. It looks like Ella's catching on her just a little bit.
She very well might be. I've trained with Ella for just over a year now, and I know that she can hold on to a pace forever. So 1500 is definitely an event in Ella's wheelhouse.
I've trained with Reagan Crowell a bunch. I've been swimming next to her. She's a fast swimmer. I know she can hold on when goings get tough.
Very good point, Adam. Both two very strong swimmers, as well are all of these swimmers in this race right now. And again, the race between lane 6 and lane 3 for 3rd, and this one continues as they reach, I believe, the 1100-meter mark in this one.
Any swimmer, Ewan, who can swim a 1500 instantly has my respect.
That is fair. 1500 meters is the toughest race. It's the longest race in swimming, as I said before, and it is without a doubt one of the toughest as well.
And remember, guys, you guys should tell all your friends and family to watch these swimmers at AO.live. That is O.live.
And again, shoot any questions, comments, or concerns you have to me on Instagram at e.macleann. That's e.macleann.
We are in the last portion of this race, Una. How do you see this playing out?
Well, it looks like Reagan has a pretty comfortable lead over the rest of the competition here, but as you see the swimmers approaching to the 1,400-meter mark, the timers at the end of their lane are going to ring a bell just to remind them that the race is almost over and to make sure they don't lose count of the laps here, because there's a lot of laps to count in this one.
And Ewan, I don't know if you remember, but when I was swimming, I was horrible at counting lengths. So I don't know how these swimmers do it in the water.
Well, the great thing is they might not have to. As soon as they hear the bell, they only have to count to 2.
Sure, but if you're trying to pace a different way,
that's true.
And let's say take the last 200 out fast, then you do need to, because if you accidentally start giving her in the last 300 meters, you're not going to have that last 100 meters to go fast.
Exactly. You want to have a little bit of gas left in the tank for this final stretch of the race, and it looks like Ella and Reagan came prepared as they're surging here with 100 meters left to go in this one for Ella and Reagan.
You can see a legendary coach over there on the other side of the deck. He's just in the top of your screen there, walking back. That is Lance Cansdale. He is the trainer of legends like
Adam Bauma, who is
not Adam
next to
Bauma.
me here on commentary.
Which one of his swimmers went to the Olympics?
David Sharp in 2012 went to the Olympics.
What an amazing swimmer.
Under Lance Cansdale. And there's 100 meters left to go here. It looks like lane 6, that is Molly Barber, has pulled a little bit ahead of Allison Redfern, but Allison Redfern's picking up the pace here with 100 meters to go, and she is not letting Molly get away with it.
It's looking like Reagan is touching in with a time of 17:40.3. That is a almost minute drop on a previous time.
Well, as you mentioned, she hasn't swum it since high school, but still a terrific swim for Reagan there as Ella Dobson touches second with a 17:53.57, just about half a second over her lifetime best.
Fantastic swim, because these swimmers aren't in peak shape yet.
Exactly. This is actually the off season for them. Their peak are typically in November at the Kemp Fry Invitational, and then in February or early March at AUS and the U Sport Championships.
Atta girl, Reagan!
That was done. And coming in for the finish here in third, it looks like it will be lane 6. That is Molly Barber from Swim Ottawa with a time of 18:29.86, and then touching fourth, not too far behind in lane 3 is Allison Redfern with a time of 18:37.48.
We have 2 swimmers coming in in lanes 1 and 2, and we had lanes 8 and 7 touch in with times of 8:47.19 for lane 8 and time 18:49.76 for lane 7. Lane 2 is 18:56.65, and lane 1 is 18:56.06.
And we are off for the fast heat of the men's 800-meter freestyle. In lane 1 from the Aces, Robert Pop. In lane 2 from the Aces, Silas Campbell. In lane 3 from the Mount Pearl Marlins, Felix Shepard. In lane 4 from Rock Swimming, Olivier Risk. In lane 5 from the Halifax Trojans, Owen Nicholson. In lane 6 from the Sackville Waves is Ethan Kershaw. Lane 7 from the Rock Swimming, Louis Lalonde. And in lane 8 from the Crusaders, Alex Johnson Humble.
This is also an odd event for some men because when you're in university, you actually don't swim 800 meters when you're a guy. So this, for some of these swimmers, this might be the last time that they ever swim this event, like Owen Nicholson,
That's
who's
very true.
18.
Owen Nicholson is 18, and I believe next year he's committed to go to St. Francis University over in BC. We have a lot of future university swimming commits. In lane 3, Felix
It's not
Shepard.
St. Francis, actually.
Simon Fraser.
There
My
you go.
apologies. In lane 3, Felix Shepard is going to continue swimming in Newfoundland at Memorial University. And in lane 4 from Rock Swimming, Olivier Risk is actually joining the University of British Columbia Thunderbirds next year, a team which this previous season won their 6th consecutive U-Sport title, a very strong team. And Olivier will be joining with a very strong distance program, I'm sure.
This race is very close, though. We got lane 4. That is Olivier Risk. He's pulling ahead, but everyone else is still very close.
Yes, they are.
Olivier's turning in with a time of 2:03.64.
Very fast opening 200 with 2:06 and 2:07 for Owen from the Trojans and Felix from the Marlins. Owen Nicholson and Olivier Risk actually just went to Spain for an open water competition, so these are two swimmers who are very comfortable in these longer distances. Risk is opening this very fast, but Nicholson and Shepard are not far behind there. He's going to flip in a 3:07.96, staying very consistent through these first 300 meters. Owen flipping with a 3:12.30, and then Felix with a 3:13.83.
You got to keep in mind here, this is long course, so it is a lot harder to keep a pace because you don't have those walls to help you.
It is. Yeah, if you go out too hard, you're going to pay for it, but these people have trained for this event, and they know how to swim it. And they're just executing the plan that they've done countless times in practice. We are having swimmers reach the halfway mark of this one, folks. And first, Olivier Risk with a 4:12.28, followed in second place, Owen Nicholson from the Trojans with a 4:18.35, and in third place, Felix Shepard with a 4:20.96. But
they're quick times.
They're opening fast, but they're not letting their foot off the gas. They are continuing to push the pace into the second half of this race.
I think that's a great saying. It rhymes. Foot on the
actually-
gas.
It's actually
Still going fast.
And then race and pace. It was actually unintentional, if you can believe that. But
we got a regular lyricist here.
Thank you, thank you.
Not only is he a lyricist, but he has. Touching in for 500 meters, we got Olivier touching with a time of 5:16.51. Very quick. Keeping that pace into about like a 103, which is a very, very quick pace for a 800-meter long course.
Very strong pace, especially considering that it's long course. Exactly. Long course is typically slower than short course because the turns, although they may seem slow, actually give you a quick speed boost when you push off the wall and can even serve as a little brake, which gives the swimmers a little bit more energy to work with.
For some people, they actually sit on the wall for about a second compared to the rest of the swimmers.
That's true. They can make a big difference. But in this one, they make a little bit less of a difference because there's half the walls they have to work with. So ability to hold a pace is rewarded even more in this long course regime.
And Olivier's coming back, still looking very, very strong. Breathing every 2, which is interesting. A lot of people like breathing every 3, some people every 2, some people every 4.
Yeah, well, you're going to want a lot of oxygen, especially when you're holding a pace as fast as this, flipping in a 6:21.23. Tremendous pace being held here. It looks like Owen Nicholson has widened the gap a little bit ahead of Felix Shepard, but Felix is still holding in there with a very fast pace of his own.
There's still a lot of race to be swam.
Indeed, Adam.
We actually just found out that Ella Dobson qualified for trials with her time. That's a fantastic swimming. Big ups, Ella Dobson. We have Olivier coming in, swimming very, very quickly. He's got 100 meters left. After this, they're going to start ringing the bell. Yeah, and then we are going to watch him swim his last 100 meters of this race. He's still holding a very quick pace, going 7:25.92.
When the bells are ringing and the people are flying here, all of the energy they saved up through the race, they're expending here. You got to leave nothing in the pool in these races, folks. These are demanding races. They will take everything out of you. But these swimmers are still looking strong. All the way up there in lane 1, that is Robert Popp from the Aces. Looks like he has a lot of gas left in the tank, and he's using it as he is flying up the pool
And we
here.
have Olivier Risk coming in for his last 25 meters. He is looking like he's hurting, but he's doing great.
It's a painful race, but it looks like he's swim it very well. He's going to touch under an 8:30, which is a tremendous pace here.
Getting close to an 8:30. Touching in with a time of 8:28.77. That is a fantastic time.
It's a little
bit over his regular time, but still very, very quick.
Still very quick and still enough for a gold medal here at the Ken Dunn East Coast Championships. Getting silver in lane 5 is Owen Nicholson of the Trojans, touching in a time of 8:43.93, and that'll be good for a best time for Owen. And in 3rd place, Felix Shepard from the Mount Pro Marlins, also with the best time of 8:50.67. Congratulations to the swimmers. Touching in 4th in lane 1 is Robert Popp, just breaking the 9-minute barrier there with an 8:59.50.
The times on the board are unofficial. The times on the board are official, apparently. I can't hear, I'm very sorry. Our next event is event 1, women's 50-meter freestyle.
Pretty funny, Adam. We're going to the longest, from the longest to the shortest event, the 1500 meter and the 800 meter freestyle, these distance events, to the absolute splash and dash sprint. That is the 50-meter freestyle, the shortest event.
Yeah. So we're starting off with Heat 1, which is the 12 and under A finals.
Yeah. First, we're going to have to take a little break as the timers walk from the deep end to the shallow end of the pool, because as it is long course, 50 meters is just one length of the pool. So the swimmers are actually going to be finishing at the other end here.
We sadly will not be able to get you guys official times because we will not have a board over there. There is no touch board on the other side. There is? Ewan's saying there is. I don't know. There is a touch board on the other side.
So we will be able to get the times, but just as we see them on the board, folks, we cannot see the physical finish from our booth, but we can see the board.
All of these swimmers are really good. Let's get ready for these 50-meter freestyle event. We have the girls 12 and under finals. Ewan's informing me that Heat 1, Lane 1 is Maggie. If you're reading along with us, it's a little hard because it's MAG on our paper. In lane 1, we have Maggie Schmidt-Stoosman from the Cape Breton Mariners, Kingston Blue Marlins. Oh boy. In lane 2, we have Naomi Saubin from the New Brunswick Yarmouth team. In lane 3, we have Mary Ellen Holland from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 4 is Helena Tripp from the Kingston Blue Marlins. Lane 5, we have Claire Chin from the St. John's Legends. Lane 6 is Sophie Tigert from the Truro Centurion. Lane 6 is Poppy Andrews from Toronto Swim Club. And in lane 8, we have Macy Larry from the Aces.
This event is so fast, we barely even have time to get all the names out. But touching first in that heat in lane 5, unofficially with a 28:43, was Claire Chin from the St. John's Legends. Congratulations to Claire. Unofficially touching in second place from the KBM, which is the Kingston Blue Marlins, is Helena Tripp. And touching in third unofficially in lane 3 is Mary Ellen Holland from the Halifax Trojans. Next up is the 13-14A final for the women's 50-meter freestyle.
Next up, we have Heat 2, which is the girls' 13-14A finals.
I believe I just heard from the pool deck that the times on the board are still not official. There may be an error with one of these times. Cannot be too sure. So they're going to get this sorted before the next heat begins. There may be a slight delay here, folks.
The times on the board are still unofficial, but we're going to move on to the 13-14A final. Madam Referee.
In lane 1 from Poseidon, it's Kendra Slade. In lane 2 from the Toronto Swim Club, Sarah Greenberg. In lane 3 from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Chloe Rudsky. In lane 4 from the Aces, Maya Tomic. In lane 5 from the Halifax Trojans, Maya Rasick. In lane 6 from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Julia Collins. In lane 7 from Swim Ottawa, Danica Licari. And in lane 8 from Halifax Trojans is Avery Stade.
Quick time there.
The top time in that swim is Mia Tomic with a time of 27.97. Very quick. That is almost half a second off of her best time.
That is very impressive swimming. Touching in second in lane 5 and a 28.53 is Maya Rasick. And in lane 3, touching third with a time of 28.71 is Chloe Rudsky from the Kingston Blue Marlins. Up next, the women's 15 and over A final for the 50 freestyle.
In lane 1, we have Daniel Moss from Ottawa. In lane 2, we have Cassidy Carroll from the Crusaders. Lane 3 is Reagan Crowe from the Dow Tigers. Lane 4 is Molly Barber from the Ottawa. Lane 5 is Rachel Blackmore from the Crusaders. Lane 6 is Julie Nolan McCarthy from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 7 is Ava Nettleton from the Truro Centurion. Lane 8 is Lily Sheridan from Toronto. And in lane 8, we have Isabel Chimuri from Swire.
Touching first in lane 4, unofficially from Swim Ottawa, is going to be Molly Barber with a time of 27:36. Touching second in lane 5, Rachel Blackmore with a time of 27:60 from the Crusaders. And in lane 6 from the Trojans is Julie Nolan McCarthy with a time of 27:66. These times are unofficial, folks. Now we have the best of the rest heat, folks. This is all of the fastest swimmers who were not in the top 8 of their respective age groups. In lane 1, Ella Summers from the Kingston Blue Marlins. In lane 2, Maya Goal from the Toronto Swim Club. Lane 3, Claire Bolt from Swim Ottawa. Lane 4, Isabella Chimera from Swim Ottawa. In lane 5, Lily McLean from the Port Hawkesbury Swim Club. In lane 6 from the Crusaders, Niara Smith. In lane 7 from the Aces, Emma Jane Fowler. And in lane 8 from the Trojans, Angie Gittins.
And coming in first is lane 7's Emma Jane Fowler from the Aces with a time of 28:11. Coming in second is lane 4's Isabel Chimuri with a time of 28:32. And in third is lane 6 Naira Smith with a time of 28:46.
That's what I love about the 50 freestyle, Adam. Anything can happen. Even in lane 7, if you have a lane in the 50 freestyle, it's such a close race. Anything can happen and anyone can win this one.
Now in the water, we have event 2. That is the men's 50-meter freestyle. In lane 1, we have Nolan McDonald from Fast with a PH. Lane 2 is Joshua Trumfull from Crusaders. Lane 3 is Owen Carew from Mount Pearl Marlins. And in lane 4 is Ethan Daniel from Halifax Trojans. Lane 5 is Nathan Wilson from the St. John's Legends. Lane 6 is Cooper Scott from Toronto. Lane 7 is Henry Deville from Swim Ottawa. And in lane 8 is Benjamin Negan from Halifax Trojans.
Touching first unofficially in lane 4 with a time of 27:35 is Ethan Daniel from the Trojans. In second unofficially in lane 3, Owen Carew from the Marlins with a time of 28:17. And in lane 5, touching third, is Nathan Wilson from the Legends with a time of 28:25. The times on the board are official, folks. Next up is the men's 14-15 A final in this 50 freestyle event. In lane 1 from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Ryan Leighton Matthews. In lane 2 from the Aces, Robert Pop. In lane 3 from Swim Ottawa, Ewan Van Stratton. In lane 4 from the Sackville Waves, Eugene Legg. In lane 5 from the St. John's Legends, James Travers. In lane 6 from the Halifax Trojans, Dmitry Popkov. In lane 7 from the Swim Ontario, Alexander Pershukovic. And in lane 8 from the Crusaders is Aiden Airy. This may be some of the fastest swimming you'll see all weekend, folks. Blink and you'll miss it. These boys can sprint.
Darcy Butler from Mount Pearl Marlins. In lane 2 is Michael Cormack from SWAT. In lane 3 is Luca Tomic from the Aces. Lane 4 is Ben Winterborn from Cape Breton Mariners. Lane 5 is Agerin Ramos from Crusaders. Lane 6 is Kayla McGregor from SWAT. In lane 7 is Ryan Abbott from Rocks. And in lane 8 is Hassan Hosni from Halifax Trojans.
Touching first unofficially in lane 4 with a time of 24:42 is Ben Winterborn from the Kingston Blue Marlins. Touching second with a time of 24:77 in lane 5 is Agerin Ramos from the Crusaders. And in third in lane 3 with a time of 24:82 is Luca Tomic from the Aces. Next up will be the best of the rest heat. Once again, that is the fastest swimmer from all age groups combined that were not in the top 8 of their respective age group in the event. In lane 1 from the Mount Pearl Marlins, Daniel Pierce. In lane 2 from the Crusaders, Oliver DeWood. In lane 3 from the Trojans, Zachary Marquez. In lane 4 from the St. John's Legends, Aiden Carroll. Lane 5 from the Crusaders, Will Myrer. In lane 6 from Halifax Trojans, Kaylin Bellis. In lane 7 from the Crusaders, John Cluett. And in lane 8 from the Summerside Dolphins, Gabriel Boyven.
And touching in first is lane 4's Aiden Carroll, coming with a time of 25:13. Coming in second is lane 5's Will Meyer with a time of 25:39. And coming in second is lane 6 with a time of 25:39, and that is Keelan Bellis. Next up, we have women's 200-meter breaststroke, 12 and under A finals.
We are just taking another brief intermission, folks, as the timers return to the deep end of the pool for the 200-meter breaststroke event.
Next up, we have event 3, women's 200-meter breaststroke, 12 and under A final. In lane 1, we have Emma Layock from Halifax Trojans. Lane 2 is Jaden Higgins from Wolfville Tradens. In lane 3 is Claire Chin from St. John's Legends. Lane 4 is Kira Higdon from the St. John's Legends. In lane 5 is Poppy Andrews from Toronto Swim Club. Lane 6 is Rowan LeBlanc from Swim Ottawa. Lane 7 is Anna McDonald from the Aces. And lane 8 is Victoria Humphrey from SWAT.
Now, Adam, back when you used to swim for the Dow Tigers, the 200 breaststroke was one of your main events. So what can you speak on about the strategy in an event as tough as this one?
What you want to do is go out fast with your first 50 and then hold on for the second two, the next two, and then you want to go real fast for the last 50.
I'm sensing a theme with your strategies here for these tough races. You just have to go out fast and hold on, and that's the best way you can swim it.
Hold on for dear life. It's not going to be fun, but you got to do it. Did you actually? Dumbass. I don't want to do this with you.
I told Liam to let Betty know that I'm interested, and then I didn't get her first. I was like, hey, I'm going to be speaking for 5 to 6. We've got a good race here.
This is a close one, folks. Neck and neck in lanes 4 and 5. That is Kiara Higdon from the Legends and Poppy Andrews from the Toronto Swim Club. Right now it's Kiara with a slight edge, but there is still plenty of breaststroke left to swim.
I missed that.
We've got about 25 meters left to go, folks, and it looks like Kiara Higdon from the Legends has pulled ahead, but Poppy Andrews is still holding a phenomenal pace as well. Kiara Higdon will touch just under 3 minutes, which is a phenomenal time for just 12 years old, a 2:58.85 unofficially from the Legends. Kiara Higdon touching in second with a 3:06.40 is Poppy Andrews from the Toronto Swim Club, and in third place unofficially is lane 3, also from the Legends, Claire Chin, a 3:09.26.
Next up, we have Heat 2, girls 13-14, 200-meter breaststroke A final. The times on the board are now official.
Hitting the water now is the women's 13-14 A final for the 200-meter breaststroke. In lane 1 from Nickel City Aquatics, Brooke Harrinan. In lane 2 from the Truro Centurions, Piper Hickox. Lane 3 also from the Truro Centurions, Audrey Parker. Lane 4 from the Aces, Isabel Wilson. In lane 5 from Swim Ottawa, Danica Licari. In lane 6 from St. John's Legends, Mackenzie Wishart. In lane 7 from the St. John's Legends, Amelia Young, and in lane 8 from Swim Ottawa is Gabby Forestier.
This is a very close race here. Touching in first is lane 4's Isabel Wilson with a time of a 1:22.35. She's still got 100 meters. Let's see if she can keep this pace. It's a very quick race with both Audrey Parker and Danica Licari coming in close behind her.
Isabel Wilson's race right now, but again, on her heels are Danica Licari from Swim Ottawa and Aubrey Parker from the Toronto Centurions. The three of them have really distanced themselves from the field and they're all having phenomenal races so far.
And touching in first is lane 4's Isabel Wilson with a time of 2:51.59, followed closely by lane 5's Danica Licari with a time of 2:55.00. Touching in third is lane 3's Audrey Parker with a time of 2:55.57.
Great swims across the board here for that heat, folks. As the heat concludes, the next event we have for you is the women's 15 and over A final in this 200-meter breaststroke event.
We're just waiting for these swimmers to get out of the water, and then we'll be off with this next heat. In lane 1, we have Isla Pulsifer from Swim Ottawa. In lane 2, we have Isabella Chimura from Swim Ottawa. In lane 3, we have Ella Dobson from the Dow Tigers. Lane 4 is Julie Nolan McCarthy from Halifax Trojans. Lane 5 is Juliette Mercier from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 6 is Anna Whitaker from Swim Ottawa. Lane 7 is Phoebe Hickox from the Toronto Centurion. Lane 8 is Claire Bolt from Swim Ottawa.
We're seeing some familiar names here, folks. Ella Dobson just swam the 1,500-meter freestyle, and she's back again already in the water, once again for the 200-meter breaststroke here. This is a tough set of two events to swim in just one session, folks. We are at the halfway of this one, folks. Touching first in lane 4 in a split of 1:18.31 is going to be Julie Nolan McCarthy from the Trojans. Not too far behind in lane 5 is Juliette Mercier, also from the Trojans. We have less than 25 meters left to go, folks, and it is Julie Nolan McCarthy in the lead. Coming in for the touch here. What is she gonna go? It's going to be a 2:40.44 for Julie Nolan McCarthy, slightly bettering her time from the morning. In second place in lane 5, also from the Trojans with a time of 2:44.34 is Juliette Mercier, and then in lane 6 is Anna Whitaker with a 2:47.40 to touch for bronze. Up next, we have the best of the rest heat for the women's 200-meter breaststroke. In lane 1 from the Halifax Trojans, Maria McDougall. In lane 2 from the Halifax Waves, Hannah Burt. In lane 3 from the Toronto Swim Club, Abby Owen. In lane 4 from the Toronto Swim Club, Heather Kolb. In lane 5 from the North Bay Titans is Brooklyn Bayliss. In lane 6 from Swim Ottawa, Charlotte Watchorn. In lane 7 from the Halifax Trojans, Isabel Hussey. And in lane 8 also from the Trojans is Taryn Donnelly. I'd like to take a moment here, folks, to recognize the medalists of the events we've seen so far tonight, starting with the women's 1,500-meter freestyle. For the 12 and under age group, in third place from the Trojans, Sophia Stade. In second from the Trojans, Addison Myers. And in first place, also from the Trojans, a complete Trojan sweep is Mary Ellen Holland. For the 13 to 14 age group, in third place is Anna Rideout from the St. John's Legends. In second from the Halifax Trojans, Yale Bloom. And taking home the gold in the 13-14 category is Callie Simmons from the St. John's Legends. For the 15 and over category, in third place from Swim Ottawa was Molly Barber. In second place from Dalhousie Tigers, Ella Dobson. And in first place, also from Dalhousie Tigers, is Regan Kroll. Folks, we might have an outside smoke on our hands. In lane 1, touching first at the 100 with a 1:24.59, that's Maria McDougall from the Halifax Trojans. I'll now quickly run through the medalists in the men's 800-meter freestyle. In third place for the 13 and under is Callum McLeod from the Wilmot Aquatic Aces. In second from the St. John's Legends, Henry Pearson. And taking home the gold also from the Aquatic Aces is Jacob Fowler. For the 14-15, in third place from the Aquatic Aces, Silas Campbell. In lane 2 from the Sackville Waves, Ethan Kershaw. And in first place, Robert Pop from the Wilmot Aquatic Aces. And for 16 and over, in third place is Felix Shepard from the Mount Pearl Marlins. In second is Owen Nicholson from the Halifax Trojans. And in first from Rock Swimming is Olivier Risk. This is a close finish, folks. 1 through 4 is anyone's guess, but it looks like touching first is lane 3. That is Abby Owen from the Toronto Swim Club. Touching second in lane 1 is Maria McDougall from the Halifax Trojans, and in lane 4, touching third with a time of 2:57.30, that's going to be Heather Kolb. That was a very close one.
Times on the board are official. Next up, we have event 4, men's 200-meter breaststroke. 13 and under A final. Madam Referee. In lane 1, we have Henry Pearson from St. John's Legends. Lane 2 is Nolan McDougall from Fast. Lane 3 is Kieran Sweetenham from Swim Ottawa. Lane 4 is Brody McPherson from Crusaders. Lane 5 is Ethan Daniel from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 6 is Devin Jansen from Cape Breton Mariners. Lane 7 is Patrick Sutherland from the Halifax Trojans. And Lane 8 is Vassal Krupman from the Aces.
Let's quickly take a moment to acknowledge the medalists in the women's 50-meter freestyle in the 13 and under age group. In third place from the Halifax Trojans, Mary Ellen Holland. In second from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Helena Tripp. And in first place from the St. John's Legends, Claire Chin. In the 13 to 14 age group, in third place from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Chloe Rudsky. In second, Maya Rasik from the Trojans. And in first place, Mia Tomic from the Aquatic Aces. And for the 15 and over, in third place is Julie Nolan McCarthy from the Trojans. In second is Rachel Blackmore from the Crusaders. And in first place from Swim Ottawa is Molly Barber.
And we got two swimmers coming in fast. They're coming in on their 5 meters left. It looks like it is a lane 5's Ethan Daniel from the Halifax Trojans touching in with a time of 1:19.05 to lead off, followed closely by lane 4's 1:21.84. Very close race so far, Ewan. These races can change in this last 100 meters because you can die off very quickly while doing a 200-meter breaststroke.
You absolutely can.
It really hurts your arms, like everything in your body, I think, just hurts during this race.
I'll have to take your word for it. Breaststroke is not my forte, but as someone speaking with someone who used to swim a lot of it, I believe you.
I did used to stroke a lot of breaststroke.
And the medalists for the 50 freestyle on the men's side, in third place from the St. John's Legends is Nathan Wilson. In lane 2 for the Mount Pearl Marlins is Owen Carew, and in first place is Ethan Daniel from the Halifax Trojans. For the 14 to 15 age group, in lane 3 from the Legends is in third place is James Travers. In second place is Dmitry Popkov from the Trojans, and in first place for the Sackville Waves, Eugene Legg. Last but not least here is the 16 and over 50 freestyle. In third place from the Aquatic Aces, Luca Tomic. In lane 2 from the Dartmouth Crusaders, Agaron Ramos. And in first place from the Kingston Blue Marlins is Ben Winterborn. But we are coming in for a great finish here in this 13 and under 200
Ethan Daniel coming in first, touching in with a very fast time of 2:43.52. Followed closely by lane 4's Brody McPherson with a time of 2:47.62. And our third place person is not yet decided. Oh, it looks like it might be lane 6. I can't see him over this ledge here. But it looks like he's going to come in third. That's lane 6's Devin Jansen with a time of 3:03.42.
And a quick note on Ethan Daniels' winning time there unofficially is that he improved his morning swim by over 8 seconds, which is a remarkable drop-off for a swim he just swam a couple hours previous.
Next up, we have the boys 14-15 finals for the men's 200-meter breaststroke. Madam Referee.
Ladies and gentlemen, the times on the board are not yet official. This may lead to a slight delay here. The times on the board are not yet official, folks. And we are off, folks, for the men's 14 to 15 A final in the 200 meter breaststroke. In lane 1 from the Sackville Waves, Nicholas Matteau. In lane 2 from the Aces, Austin Heinbuck. In lane 3 from the North Bay Titans, Owen Bass. In lane 4 from the St. John's Legends, Carter King. In lane 5 from the Crusaders, Luke Ellis. In lane 6 from the Greenwood Dolphins, Owen Bond. Lane 7 from the Swim Ottawa, Jason Wen. And in lane 8 also from Swim Ottawa is George Morcou. Again, folks, if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, you can shoot them to us on Instagram. That's e.macleann.
It's looking like a very close race here, Ewan. What would you say about this race? Ewan?
I would have to agree with your observation that it is very close. It looks like Carter King is slightly ahead, but the race for second and third is wide open from lanes 3 all the way down to lane 7 there. It is a very tight one here.
There has been a disqualification in the previous heat. Heat 1, lane 5. It's looking like our lane 4 spot, that's Carter King from the St. John Legends, is in first, but it's still possible for lane 5's Luke Ellis to take the crown.
It looks like Luke Ellis is surging here, and he's neck and neck right now with Carter King, and it looks like he's even got a slight lead on him. Luke Ellis is surging here to the wall, and the crowd is electric here. Touching first, it's going to be Luke Ellis unofficially with a time of 2:39.52, followed by Carter King from the Legends with a 2:39.97, and unofficially in third place over in lane 6, that is Owen Bond from the Greenwood Dolphins with a time of 2:44.22. Very close race there. Congratulations to all the swimmers in that one. That was a tough one. But up next, we have the men's 16 and over A final for the 200 meter breaststroke.
There's a disqualification in the previous heat. Heat 2, lane 4. In lane 1, we got Liam Tweedle from Mount Pearl Marliners. In lane 2 is Nelson Daniels from SWAT. Lane 3 is Keelan Bellis from Halifax Trojans. Lane 4 is Logan Milne from Rocks. Lane 5 is Olivier Risk from Rocks. Lane 6, it's Gleb Pokalukin from Crusaders. And lane 7 is Louis Lulan from Rocks. Lane 8 is Thomas Best from St. John's Legends.
I spoke earlier on Ella Dobson having a tough double, and Olivier Risk is having a similar one here. He just swam the 800 free, and he's hit the water again in lane 5 here for the 200-meter breaststroke. Folks, we have a race on our hands right now. In lane 4, it looks like Logan Millen from Rock has the slightest lead, but Keelan Bellis is right neck and neck with him. We'll see who touches first here. Unofficially, the times on the board have not popped up for the splits, so it is too close to call. But off the underwater, it looks like Logan has gotten a slight lead on Keelan and Olivier in lanes 3 and 5, respectively.
Let's see if his walls are what's keeping him ahead.
It looks like they're making up a little bit of ground on him again there. But it is so tough. The third 50 is what many people consider to be the toughest part of a 200-meter race. Once you're on that last 50, it's sort of like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. You can push through because you know it's almost over, but right now, you still have another full 50 to go, and you are on fire.
It is looking like Logan Milne is able to keep a bit of a lead, but he's being followed closely, very closely, by Olivier Risk and Keelan Bellis.
Keelan and Olivier and Logan all surging into the finish here. It is going to be so close here to the touch.
It's looking like, unofficially, it is Logan Milne, followed by Keelan Bellis, then Olivier Risk.
That is how it appeared to the naked eye, but we will have to wait and see what the official times are. They are currently not popping up on the board. It looks like we're having a little bit of technical difficulty here on the board, but they were certainly some great swims. You don't need official times to tell us that. Across the board, that whole heat went very fast there,
Adam. What would probably help this swimming is if we had a technical difficulties thing on the screen, but we don't.
It looks like we have a slight delay here, folks, as they're fixing these technical difficulties. But as soon as we get them underway, we're going to have the best of the rest heat for the men's 200-meter breaststroke. There was a disqualification in the previous heat in event 3. Oh no, heat 3, lane 2. There was a disqualification there, but we are getting ready now for the best of the rest heat, folks. In lane 1 from the Yarmouth Whitecaps, we have Cole Corkum. In lane 2 from the Halifax Trojans, Daniel Sutherland. Lane 3 from the Toronto Swim Club, Kyler Bellamy. In lane 4 from Swim Ottawa, Zachary Pantaroto. In lane 5 from the Summerside Dolphins, Gabriel Boivin. In lane 6 from the Dartmouth Crusaders, Dominic Cote. In lane 7 from the Sackville Waves, Ben Levitt. And in lane 8 from the Greenwood Dolphins, Elliot Surik.
Next up, we have the medalist for the girls' 200-meter breaststroke. Ewan McLean will be reading you those results.
For the 12 and under women's age group, in third place, we had Claire Chin with a time of 3:09.26. In second, with a time of 3:06.40, is Poppy Andrews from the Toronto Swim Club. And in first place, with a time of 2:58.85, is Kiara Higdon from the St. John's Legends. For the 13 to 14 age group, in third place was Audrey Parker. In second place was Danica Lakari, and in first place from the Aquatic Aces is Isabel Wilson. And for the 15 and over, in third place from Swim Ottawa, Anna Whitaker. In second place from the Halifax Trojans, Juliette Mercier. And in first place, also from the Trojans, is Julie Nolan McCarthy. It looks like these technical difficulties have not quite been sorted as the board is completely blank here. But it appears that in first place at the 100-meter mark was Zachary Pantaroto from Swim Ottawa, with Gabriel from the Summerside Dolphins and Kyler Bellamy from the Toronto Swim Club not too far behind at all.
This is a very close race right now, Ewan.
It is indeed. They're just about to leave our view. But this is a strong swim across the board from this best of the rest heat. Notice how in lane 1, Cole Corkum, and in lane 7, Ben Levitt are only 14 years old. That's the beauty of the best of the rest heat. It's not always just the oldest swimmers who get this opportunity. If you're 14 years old and you just missed out on the top 8 in your own age group, you'll still get a second chance to swim at night.
And you'll be swimming with some very fast swimmers, and that might help you swim a little faster.
Exactly.
That's how I always swam faster, is when I had some competition ahead of me.
Very true. It's a great opportunity for these younger swimmers to get up and race against people. And we're coming into the final 25 of this race. In lane 4, it is still Zachary Pantaroto from Swim Ottawa.
Leading it off, but coming in second, it does look like it's Gabriel Boivin, followed by Kyler Bellamy.
And Gabriel is surging here, and he might just surpass Zachary.
It's looking like he might outtouch him. It's going to come down to the board.
And it comes down to the touch, folks. Unfortunately, it might have been too close to call. But that was a great swim for both of those guys. And in lane 3, touching third unofficially, is Kyler Bellamy from the Toronto Swim Club.
I do think I saw Gabriel Boivin touch a little bit before, but I don't know. It's all up to those boards and judges. There is now a 10-minute break before our women's 100-meter backstroke. So sit back, relax, and maybe go to the washroom so you don't miss any of this riveting swimming.
We'll be right back, folks.
We are starting in 2 minutes. We are now getting ready to get started on this next event. This next event is Event 5, Women's 100-meter backstroke. 12 and under, A finals. Ewan is going to pull up the medalists for the two breasts to announce as well. They're not up yet, false alarm. Oh, they are. Here we go, Ewan.
We have the medalists in the boys 13 and under 200-meter breaststroke. In third place from Swim Ottawa is Kieran Sweetnam. In second from KBM is Devin Jansen. In first place is Brody McPherson from Dartmouth Crusaders. We're going to hold off to say the rest of these until this heat is in the water, and that is the women's 100-meter backstroke, 12 and under, A final. In lane 1 from the Toronto Swim Club, it's Sophie Tigert. In lane 2 from NBYT, the North Bay Titans, is Naomi Saubane. In lane 3 from Swim Ottawa, Rowan LeBlanc. In lane 4 from the KBM, that's the Kingston Blue Marlins, that is Helena Tripp. And in lane 5, also from the Kingston Blue Marlins, is Maggie Schmidt-Stutzman. Lane 6 from the St. John's Legends, Maddie Latta. In lane 7 from the St. John's Legends, Harlow LeBlanc. And in lane 8 from the Aces, Macy Laravie. Now for the rest of the medalists from the men's 200-meter breaststroke in the 14 to 15 age group. In third, in the men's 14-15 200-meter breaststroke, is Owen Bass. In second place from the Greenwood Dolphins is Owen Bond, and in first place from the Dartmouth Crusaders is Luke Ellis. And for the 16 and over, in third place from Rock Swimming is Olivier Risk. In second from the Trojans, Kaylin Bellis. And in first is Logan Milne from the Rock Swimming.
And right now in the 100-meter backstroke, Ewan, we have Helena Tripp coming in, leading off, coming into the final stretch, the last 5 meters. She's got a good body length on everyone else. Let's see what she touches in with. We don't have the time on the board.
It looks like the time on the board is still down, but it was a great swim there from Helena Tripp. And it looks like out in lane 7, Harlow LeBlanc actually might have snuck in for a medal there from a near outside lane. Congratulations to all the swimmers. Looks like a great swim across the board. And we are trying to get the board fixed as soon as possible for you at home, folks.
Next up, we have Heat 2, girls 13-14 finals. Madam Referee. Coming in lane 1 is Avery Stade from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 2 is Alexandra Campbell from the St. John's Legends. Lane 3 from the Halifax Trojans is Marnie Bishop. Lane 4 from Aces is Mia Tomic. Lane 5 is Chloe Radzik from Kite Brent Mariners. Lane 6 is Kaylee Simmons from the St. John's Legends. Lane 7 is Reagan Chesney from the Cape Breton Mariners. And in lane 8 is Angela Levesque from Aces.
Coming in for the finish here, and it looks like the clock is back up and running. So that's a big win for us here. Coming in for the finish from the Aces in lane 4 with an unofficial time of 1:06.42, very fast. It's going to be Mia Tomic touching in second, unofficially in lane 3, actually gets a touch there over lane 5 unofficially with a time of 1:13.65. That's going to be Marnie Bishop from the Trojans, and then touching in third from the Kingston Blue Marlins is Chloe Rudsky. Results on the board are official, folks. Next up is the 15 and over A final for the women's 100-meter backstroke. In the 15 and over women's 100-meter backstroke final, in lane 1 from the Mount Pearl Marlins, Abby Andrews. In lane 2 from the Crusaders, Sophia Dean. In lane 3 from the Dalhousie Tigers, Emily Schofield. In lane 4 from the Blue Nose Masters, Isabel Melanson. In lane 5 from the Dartmouth Crusaders, Aliyah Bloom. In lane 6 from the Toronto Swim Club, Lily Sheridan. In lane 7, also from the Toronto Swim Club, Kiera Scott. And last but not least, in lane 8, Charlotte Evans from the Halifax Trojans. Flipping first in lane 4 is going to be Isabel Melanson, but not far behind is Emily Schofield of the Dalhousie Tigers. Now this is a close finish, folks. Isabel Melanson is in first, but it looks like Aliyah Bloom of the Crusaders might be overtaking her here. Lane 5, it is Aliyah Bloom overtaking her at the touch with a time of 1:07.22. In second place, unofficially, Isabel Melanson from the Blue Nose Masters with a time of 1:07.58. And then in third is Emily Schofield with a time of 1:07.88. Great swims across the board from everyone there. A very close finish, and it swims like that where we're glad we have the clock back up and running, Adam.
Greensburg from the Toronto Swim Club. In lane 2, we have Angie Gittins from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 3 is Danielle Moss from Swim Ottawa. Lane 4 is Clara Darling from Halifax Trojans. Lane 5 is Gwen Kresge from the Swim Ottawa. Lane 6 is Iadon McGrath from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 7 is Rosalind Tate from the Crusaders. And lane 8 is Chloe Campbell Dodge from Swim Ottawa. And it looks like lane 5, Gwen Kresge is coming in first with a time of 1:09.89, followed by lane 3's Danielle Moss with a time of 1:11.22, followed by lane 1's Hannah Greenberg with a time of 1:11.32.
In the water here, folks, we have the men's 13 and under A final in the men's 100 backstroke. In lane 1 from the Toronto Swim Club is Quinton Dixon. In lane 2 from the Dartmouth Crusaders, Brody McPherson. Lane 3 from Swim Ottawa is Henry DeVlieger. In lane 4 from the St. John's Legends, Nathan Wilson. Lane 5 from the Crusaders, Joshua Tumenpil. In lane 6 from SWAT, Joel Phillips. Lane 7 from the Aces, Jacob Fowler. And in lane 8 from the Halifax Trojans is Benjamin Nguyen.
This is a very close race, Ewan. Looks like 4, 5, and 6 are all battling it out right now. But it does look like lanes 4. Nathan Wilson from the St. John's Legends is coming in first.
It looks like
second and third is anybody's race right now.
Indeed it is. With 5 meters to go, Nathan Wilson looks to have this race on lock, and he will be touching with a time of 1:09.32, touching second unofficially, lane 5, just getting the touch there with a time of 1:11.89. Joshua Tumenpil from the Crusaders, and then in lane 3, in a time of 1:12.06, is Henry DeVlieger from Swim Ottawa. Very close race there. All 3 of those swimmers better their times from this morning. Great swims across the board.
Next up, we have Event 6, Heat 2, boys 14-15 A finals for the 100-meter backstroke.
lane 1, we have Ryan Leighton Matthews from the Cape Breton Mariners. Lane 2 is Jim Gia from Mount Pearl Marlins. Lane 3 is Dmitry Papkov from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 4 is James Travers from St. John's Legends. Lane 5 is Ewan Von Stratton from Swim Ottawa. Lane 6 is Ethan Kershaw from SWAT. Lane 7 is Leon Bautista from the Crusaders. And then Lane 8 is Eugene Legg from SWAT. It's a very close race right now, Ewan.
This is some
First and second and third is anybody's race right now.
It is, but it looks like the back half speed for James Travers is going to be too much for the other swimmers as he's lengthening his lead into the final strokes here.
And James Travers is touching in with a time of 102.22. Second is Ethan Kershaw with a time of 103.12. And coming in third is Dmitry Papkov with a time of 103.25.
Great swims across the board. Very close heat there with a lot of fast swims. And I'm sure there's more to come as the next event to hit the water is going to be the boys, or the men rather, 16 and over, 100-meter backstroke, A final. In lane 1 here from Rock Swimming is Logan Milne. In lane 2 from the Dartmouth Crusaders, Oliver DeWood. Lane 3 from the Aces, Luca Tomic. In lane 4 from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Ben Winterbourne. Lane 5 from Swim Ottawa is Michael McCormick. Lane 6 from the Trojans, Owen Nicholson. In lane 7 from the Gander Lakers Swim Club is Matt LaCour. And in lane 8 from the Dartmouth Crusaders is Will Myrer. Some familiar faces here. Ben Winterbourne, we've already seen top the podium once tonight in the 50 freestyle, and he's looking to make it 2 for 1 here as he leads with 10 meters to go in the 100-meter backstroke. 5 meters to go. It is still Ben Winterbourne. Wow, touching first with a 59.56 year unofficial event winner is Ben Winterbourne. In second from Swim Ottawa is Michael McCormick with a time of 1:00:53, and touching third in lane 3 with a time of 1:02:44 is Luca Tomic from the Aces.
Next up, we have the best of the rest. Madam Referee. In lane 1, we have Ryan Hull from the Halifax Trojans. Lane 2 is Sean Malik from the Kingston Marliners. Lane 3 is Liam MacArthur from the Corner Brook Swim Club. Lane 4 is Aiden Carroll from St. John's Legends. Lane 5 is Ryan 8 Mamer from Rocks. Lane 6 is John Earl from the Crusaders. Lane 7 is Tim Cornbell from the North Bay Titans. And in lane 8, Harvey Hadley from Kestness?
It's looking like a very close race here, but it does look like lane 4's Aiden Carroll is going to touch in first.
That is how it
He's
looks.
touching in first with a time of 104.18, followed closely by lane 3's Liam MacArthur with a time of 105.09, followed closely then by lane 6's John Earl with a time of 105.23.
Very fast swims. The depth of the competition here at the 2023 Ken Dunn East Coast Championships is on display. When someone in the best of the rest heat is dropping a 104.18, you realize how fast so many of the swimmers at this meet truly are.
Next up, we have the women's 12 and under and the men's 12 and under 800 meter freestyle relays. In lane 2, we have the Halifax Trojans B team for the women. Lane 3 is St. John Legends women's team, and lane 4 is Halifax Trojans women's team. For lanes 5, 6, and 7, that's the men's team, and that's Aces in 5. Lane 6 is Halifax Trojans, and lane 7 is the Swim Ottawa. This is one of the longer relays that we have at swim meets. 800 meters, so that's 200 meters per swimmer. That is a lot of sprinting, and it's very, very hard to stay emotionally ready to swim these hard because you don't want to let other swimmers down. My co-host here is now here at the top, the names. So in lane 1, St. John Legends, we have Claire Chin. Lane 2 is Mary Ellen Holland for the Halifax Trojans. Lane 3 is Sophia Stade from Halifax Trojans. Lane 1's Halifax Trojans is Patrick Sutherland. Lane 2 Swim Ottawa is Charles Moher, and lane 3's lane 3, not lane 3, but I think it's lane 8. I don't know. They have it all messed up on my card here. Is Kayla McLeod. So next up in the water, we have in lane 2, we have Harlow LeBlanc from St. John Legends. Lane 3, we have Madison Myers for the Halifax Trojans. Lane 3 for the Halifax Trojans is Annika Monkman. Lane 4 for the Halifax Trojans men's team is Henry Bretzler. Lane 5 for Swim Ottawa is Kieran Sneaton. And in lane 6 for the Aces is Noah Muleman. Next up in the water for Halifax Trojans, we have Pippi Styles. For lane 1's St. John Legends, we have Kira Higdon. For lane 3's Halifax Trojans, we have Emma Laycock. Lane 4's Halifax Trojans, we have Ben Iwaski. Lane 5's Swim Ottawa is Wellen Shelshway de Velger. And in lane 6, we have Vasil Krupinen.
I would like to take a moment to recognize our medalists from the women's 100-meter backstroke event. For the 12 and under, in third place from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Maggie Schmidt-Stutzman. In second from the St. John's Legends, Harlow LeBlanc. And in first place from the Kingston Blue Marlins is Helena Tripp. For the 13 to 14 age group, in third place from the Kingston Blue Marlins is Chloe Rudsky. In second from the Halifax Trojans, Marnie Bishop. And in first place from the Aces is Mia Tomic. In the 15 and over age group, in third place from Dalhousie Tigers, Emily Schofield. In second from the Blue Nose Masters swim team is Isabel Melanson. And in first place from the Dartmouth Crusaders is Alaya Bloom. For the men's side of the event, for the 13 and under category, just a moment here. In third place from Swim Ottawa, Henry DeVlieger. In second from the Dartmouth Crusaders, Joshua Tumenpil. And in first from the St. John's Legends, Nathan Wilson.
Next up in the water, we have our final swimmers. So for lane 2, St. John Legends, we have Maddie Laidha. In lane 3's Halifax Trojans, we have Arwen Middleton Meakin. Lane 4's Halifax Trojan is Lillian Bishop. Lane 5's Halifax Trojans is Sam Murphy. Lane 6 is Swim Ottawa is Elliot Molds, and lane 7's Aces is Jacob Fowler.
Now to go over the rest of the medals so far from the individual events for day 1 of the 2023 East Coast Ken Dunn Championships. In third place for the men's 100 backstroke from the Halifax Trojans for 14-15 is Dmitry Potkov. In second from the Sackville Waves, Ethan Kershaw. And in first place from the St. John's Legends is James Travers. For the 16 and over category, from the Aces, in third place is Luca Tomic. In second place from the Swim Ottawa is Michael McCormick. And in first place from the Kingston Blue Marlins is Ben Winterbourne.
And in lane 3, coming in first is the St. John's Legends with Maddie Laidha.
The next event to be hitting the water here, folks, is going to be the women's 13 to 14 800-meter freestyle relay. We're having a few quick medal presentations here, and then as soon as those are concluded, we're going to get on with the relay.
Times on the board are now official.
And we are off, folks. In lane 1 from Swim Ottawa is Rowan Duffy. In lane 2 from the Toronto Swim Club, Sarah Greenberg. In lane 3 from the Aces, Isabel Wilson. Lane 4 from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Chloe Rudsky. In lane 5 from the St. John's Legends, Callie Simmons. Lane 6 from the Halifax Trojans, Maya Rasick. In lane 7 from the Swim Ottawa is Addison Smith. And in lane 8 from the Sackville Waves is Maria Legg. Flipping first at the 100-meter mark with a 107.27 is lane 2, and that is the Toronto Swim Club with their leadoff leg, Sarah Greenberg. I truly believe, Adam, there is no race in swimming more exciting than a relay. The team spirit and the environment, there is nothing that matches the energy on the pool deck and a close relay finish.
I feel like I was always the most nervous for relays because I didn't want to let my teammates down.
Very good point. Typically, you're just swimming for yourself. You're swimming for your own race. There's nothing you can do to control the others, but when you're part of a team and you're swimming for the team, there's a lot of pressure felt.
A lot more pressure.
And we'll see how that affects here. It looks like touching first is going to be the St. John's Legends here. Their leadoff leg was Callie Simmons. Diving in next for the Legends is Anna Rideout. As for the rest of the heat, diving into lane 1 for Swim Ottawa is Caitlin Matthew Dixon. In lane 2 from the Toronto Swim Club, Esser Sinha. In lane 3 from the Aces, Macy Larravie. In lane 4 from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Helena Tripp. In lane 5 from the Legends, Anna Rideout. In lane 6 from the Trojans, Yale Bloom. In lane 7 from Swim Ottawa, Gabby Forestier. And in lane 8 from the Sackville Waves is Justine Soro-Janikun. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the halfway point in this 800-meter freestyle relay. It is still your St. John's Legends in the lead in lane 5, but not far behind in lane 4. That's the Kingston Blue Marlins. But getting the lead touch at the halfway point is Anna Rideout for the St. John's Legends, followed closely behind in lane 5 by Helena Tripp for the Kingston Blue Marlins. In the water now in lane 1 for Swim Ottawa is Rowan LeBlanc. In lane 2 for the Toronto Swim Club, Poppy Andrews. In lane 3 for the Aces, Grace Bach. In lane 4 for the Kingston Blue Marlins is Reagan Chesney. Lane 5 for the St. John's Legends is Ariana Higdon. In lane 6 for the Trojans, Etta McClellan. Lane 7 for Swim Ottawa is Olwen and Ticknap Smith. And in lane 8 for SWAT is Ruby Lee. it appears that right now, lane 4, that is the Kingston Blue Marlins, have actually overtaken the Legends during the third leg of this race. Reagan Chesney has given a slight lead here to the Marlins as she is going to hand off to Julia Collins for the anchor leg. Higdon is surging, though. It is going to be very close. Less than a second between these first and second teams as the anchors dive in. Again, in lane 4, it is Julia Collins for the Kingston Blue Marlins, and in lane 5 is Amelia Young for the Legends. In the rest of the lanes, diving into lane 1 is going to be Maddie Gordon for the Swim Ottawa. In lane 2 for the Toronto Swim Club, Sophie Tigert. In lane 3 for the Aces, Mia Tomic. Lane 4, again, Julia Collins for the Kingston Blue Marlins. And in lane 5, again, is Amelia Young for the St. John's Legends. In lane 6 for the Trojans, Maya Johnson. In lane 7 for Swim Ottawa is Darcia Licari. And in lane 8 for SWAT is Victoria Humphreys. Right now, it looks like lane 4, that is Julia Collins, has lengthened the lead for the Marlins, but the race is not over yet. There's still 100 meters left to go. But it is true, the lead has lengthened here for the Marlins as this anchor leg, phenomenal swims from both swimmers, but Julia Collins has the slight edge here. Coming into the finish here, folks, it is still your Kingston Blue Marlins, anchored by Julia Collins, touching first for a total unofficial team time of 9:26.44. Not far behind is lane 5, the St. John's Legends, with a time of 9:33.92. Coming in for third place in lane 3 is going to be Mia Tomic for the Aces. The next event we're going to have here, folks, is the men's 14 to 15 800-meter freestyle relay.
Next up, we have a men's 1450 800-meter freestyle relay. In lane 4, we have Swim Ottawa's Declan Sweetman. Lane 5 is Halifax Trojans' Ethan Daniels. Lane 3 is Mount Pearl Marlins is Jim Jai. In lane 6 is Toronto Swim Club is Jake Redfern. And lane 2's SWAT is Gabriel Cormier. We have a lane 4's Declan Sweeten coming in. He's touching in for Jason Wen for the Swim Ottawa. Lane 6 is also coming in fast. That's Toronto Swim Club. That's Jake Redfern touching in for Anton Stellaris. Then we have Halifax Trojans in lane 5. That's Dmitry Papkov coming in. Next in lane 3 is Mount Pearl Marlins. We have Logan Goss. And lane 2 SWAT, we have Joel Phillips going into the water next.
Flipping in first at the 300-meter mark is lane 4. That is your Swim Ottawa team. Right now in the water is Jason Wen.
Ewan McLean is now going to tell you the medalists for the relays.
So far, we've seen the women's 1200 800-meter freestyle relay. In third place was the Halifax Trojans B team. In second place, the Halifax Trojans A team. And in first place, the St. John's Legends. And then we have the men's 13 and under, which I will say right after Adam announces who's diving into the water next.
Next up for our lane 4 is Swim Ottawa. We have Henry DeVilger, followed then by Toronto Swim Club's Quentin Dixon. Lane 5, we have Benjamin Nugent from Halifax Trojans. Lane 3 from Mount Pearl Marlins, we have James Ryan. And for SWAT, we have Ben Levitt.
Back to the medalists in the men's 13 and under 800-meter freestyle relay. In third place, we had the Halifax Trojans. In second place, we had Swim Ottawa. And in first place, we had the Wilmo Aquatic Aces. And then for the women's 13 to 14 800 meter freestyle relay, in third place we had the Halifax Trojans. In second place the St. John's Legends, and then in first place the Kingston Blue Marlins. And right now taking the lead in this one is still Swim Ottawa. In lane 4, currently in the water, is Henry de Vielger. It is still Swim Ottawa in the lead, with the Marlins not too far behind as we enter the final leg of this relay.
Swim Ottawa, we have Alexander Perushkovic going into the water. For the Halifax Trojans, we have Christopher Nugan going into the water. For the Mount Pearl Marliners, we have Owen Carew going into the water. For Toronto Swim Club, Cooper Scott. And for SWAT, in lane 2, we have Benjamin Phillips. We still have Swim Ottawa coming in first in the lead, followed then by lane 3's Mount Pearl Marlins, and then it is your Toronto Swim Club in lane 6. It's SWAT in lane 7, sorry.
Oh, no,
Never mind, you lied to me. And your finishing team coming in first is Swim Ottawa, touching in with a time of 8:53.91. That's Alexander Perushkovic touching in for Swim Ottawa. Coming in second is probably going to be your lane 3 Mount Pearl Marliners with Owen Carew. He's going to touch in with a time of 9:10.31. Next up coming in is lane 5's Halifax Trojans. That's going to be Christopher Nugan. He's going to touch in with a time of 9:25.39.
We have just 2 events left on the schedule tonight, folks. That is the women's and men's open age group 800 meter freestyle relay. The times on the board are official, folks. As the swimmers clear the water, I will get ready to announce Heat 1 of the women's 800-meter freestyle relay. And they're off, folks. In lane 3 from Rock Swimming. Leading off is Miley Hollingworth. In lane 4 for... Oh! It looks like they're meant to have a false start on the heat there, folks. The starter has made that sound. Although the swimmers are continuing to swim, not quite too sure. Looks like we're having a little bit of technical difficulty, but the race seems to be moving on. So I will continue calling it. In lane 4 from the Mount Pearl Marlins is Ellie Stafford, and in lane 5 from the Aces, Emma Jane Fowler. .100 meters into this one, flipping first is lane 5 for the Aces. That's Emma Jane Fowler, followed closely behind by Ellie Stafford of the Marlins. And coming into the wall, first to close the first leg of this relay in lane 5. That is the Aces. Diving in now, Bailey Ewanchuk for the Aces. In lane 4, diving in for the Marlins, that's going to be Abby Andrews. And not too far behind for Rock Swimming, going to be hitting the water, Emma Lowe. At the 300-meter mark, it is still the Aces in first, but Abby Andrews for the Marlins has certainly made up some ground, and it looks like she's just about tied it up on the third 50 of this second leg of this relay. And it looks like Abby Andrews has taken a clear lead here for the Marlins, but the race is not over, folks. We're just approaching the halfway mark of this heat here. But it is certainly the Marlins with the lead. Diving into the Marlins in lane 4, the third leg of the relay is going to be Kiera Hyde for the Marlins. Not far behind for the Aces is Alexa Pollard. And rock swimming is right there, and going to be diving in for rock swimming here is going to be Naomi McCourt. It is still the Mount Pearl Marlins in lane 4 with the slightest of leads over the Aces. Looks like the Aces might be making up a little bit of ground here, but it's going to be close. It will come down to the anchor legs in this one, folks. Folks, we are entering the anchor leg of this relay here, Heat 1 of the women's. 15 and over, 800-meter freestyle relay. Diving in for the Marlins is Avery Silver, and diving in for the Aces is Angela Lavac. The third team there, Brock, is just finishing their third leg of the relay. Diving in for them is going to be Isabella Dean. There is 100 meters left to go in this one, and it looks like the Marlins are pulling away once again from the Aces. That is Avery Silver for the Marlins. Flipping in second for the Aces in lane 5 is Angela Lavac. And touching first to close out Heat 1 of the women's 800-meter freestyle relay, it's going to be Avery Silver anchoring for the Mount Pearl Marlins. The Marlins there with a total unofficial time of 9:28.41. And here comes Angela Levac for the Aces, touching in lane 5 with an unofficial time for her team of 9:44.38. And touching in lane 3 to round out the heat with a time of 10:07.52. To close the race for rock swimming is Isabella Dean. Next up, heat 2 of the women's 800-meter freestyle relay.
In lane 1 for SWAT is Morgan Lewis. In lane 2 for Toronto Swim Club is Kira Scott. In lane 3 for the Halifax Trojans is Aiden McGrath. In lane 4 for the Crusaders is Rachel Blackmore. In lane 5 for Swim Ottawa is Isabel Chimura. In lane 6 for Swim Ottawa, we have Isla Pulsifer. And in lane 7 for the Halifax Trojans is Charlotte Evans. And it's looking like your lane 4 Crusaders. Rachel Blackmore will be taking the lead in the first 100 meters. She's touching in with a time of unofficially 1:03.01, followed closely by lane 5's Swim Ottawa and lane 6's Swim Ottawa. It appears like the Crusaders is falling a little far behind on the Halifax Trojans. Halifax Trojans is taking the lead just by a hair. And Swim Ottawa is now in third and fourth. Touching in first is your lane 3's Halifax Trojan, Aiden McGrath. Followed her is Clara Darling. For the Crusaders, we have Catherine Dawson now in the water. For lane 5 SWAT, we have Anna Whitaker. For lane 6 Swim Ottawa, we have Claire Bolts. For lane 2's Truro Centurion, we have Abby Owen. For lane 7's Halifax Trojans, we have Maria McDougall. And for lane 1, we have Aileen Potvin. Now in the water for the Crusaders is Catherine Dawson. For lane 5 Swim Ottawa, we have Anna Whitaker. For lane 3's Halifax Trojans, we have Clara Durling. For lane 6's Swim Ottawa, we have Clara Bolt. For lane 2's Toronto Swim Club, we have Abby Owen. For lane 7's Halifax Trojans, we have Maria McDougall. For lane 1 SWAT is Aileen Potvin. It's a very close race now. As you can see, it looks like Swim Ottawa and the Halifax Trojans are taking the lead, but your Crusaders and your other Swim Ottawa are all very, very close. It was lane 5 Swim Ottawa touching in first.
Your leader right now is your Crusaders, touching in with a time of 4:27.39. Your Crusaders now in the water is Sophia Dean. For lane 5, Swim Ottawa, we have Daniel Moss. For lane 3 is Halifax Trojan, we have Allison Redfern. For lane 6 is Swim Ottawa, we have Alice De Vlager. For lane 2's Toronto Swim Club, we have Heather Kolb. For lane 7's Halifax Trojans, we have Katerina Brezovin. For lane 1 SWAT, we have Ash Tomlick.
And we have got a close one here today, folks. Lanes 4, 5, and 6, all separated by just about a second. Right now, though, with the slightest of edges, it is lane 5. That is Swim Ottawa, and it's Danielle Moss in the water right now. But right on her heels, Sophia Dean from the Crusaders and Alice De Vlieger, also from Swim Ottawa.
It appears to still be lane 5's Swim Ottawa that is ahead. That is Danielle Moss, followed by the Crusaders Sophia Dean, and lane 6's SWAT Alice De Veliger. This is still anyone's race. Now in the water for Swim Ottawa's lane 5 is Molly Barber. She's leading right now. Lane 4's Crusaders is Cassidy Carroll, and lane 6's SWAT is Olivia Chimaru. For lane 3's Halifax Trojans, we have Julie Nolan McCarthy. For lane 2's Toronto Swim Club, we have Maya Goal. For lane 7's Halifax Trojans, we have Juliet Mercier, and lane 1 SWAT is Elena Mercier.
This race, it looks like lane 5 is for Swim Ottawa is pulling a little bit further ahead, but you got to look at lane 3, the Halifax Trojans. Julie Nolan McCarthy has closed that gap a lot, already catching lane 6 and making up a lot of ground on lane 4 and 5, but it is still lane 5, Swim Ottawa, with the slightest of leads over the rest of the field.
You gotta love Swim Ottawa. In lane 5, we have the Swim Ottawa Daniel Moss touching in. It is Molly Barber touching in first with a time of 8:56.3, followed by the Crusaders with a time of 8:58.40. Then touching in is the Halifax Trojans with a time of 9:06.68, followed then by Swim Ottawa with a time of 9:11.13. Next up, we have Heat 1 of Event 16, men's 800-meter freestyle relay. This is at the 16 and over. In lane 4, we have St. John's Legends with Aiden Carroll. Lane 5 is the Crusaders with Gabriel Leving, and lane 3 is the Crusaders with Luke Ellis. And touching in first right now is St. John Legends, followed then by lane 3's Crusaders, then lane 5 Crusaders. Next up for lane 4, we have James Travers now in the water. For lane 3's Crusaders, we have Dominic Cook. And for lane 5's Crusaders, we have John Earl. Your St. John Legends are touching in with an unofficial time of 3:05 and 9:2, followed then by lane 5's Crusaders with a time of 3:17.82, followed then by lane 3's Crusaders with a time of 3:22.18. In lane 4, we now have Thomas Best, and they touched in with a time of 4:12.20. Coming in second right now is the Crusaders with Dominic Coates. He's touching in for Leon Bautista. And, sorry, that was lane 3. Lane 5 touched in, and now lane 3 is Leon Bautista, and lane 5 is Nicholas Wallace.
Your St. John Legends are touching in with a time of 5:15.81. Your lane 5's Crusaders are touching in with a time of 5:34.76, and your lane 3 Crusaders are touching in with a time of 5:39.72. And lane 4, we now have Nathan Wilson in the water. For the Crusaders, we're going to have Brandon Puttick in lane 5, and in lane 3, we are going to have Aiden Airy. And touching in first right now is St. John Legends with a time of 7:37.77. They got 100 meters left. And finishing in first is going to be the St. John Legends with Nathan Wilson with a time of 8:52.79. Followed then by lane 3's Crusaders with Aiden Airy with a time of 9:01.14. And coming in third is your lane 5 Crusaders with Brandon Puttick coming in with a time of 9:09.00.
There is one race left tonight, and it is the final heat of the men's 800-meter freestyle relay. It's the final race of the evening, folks, and it is going to be a good one with all-star caliber rosters from teams across the country. Starting with lane 1 from the Kingston Blue Marlins, Rylan Leighton Matthews. In lane 2 for the Aces, Luka Tomic. In lane 3 for the Crusaders, Oliver DeWood. In lane 4 for Rock Swimming, Logan Milne. In lane 5 for the Mount Pearl Marlins, Darcy Butler. In lane 6 for the Trojans, Owen Nicholson. And in lane 6 for Swim Ottawa is Michael McCormick. Flipping first is going to be Luka Tomic from the Aces in a 58.02. And there was 5 different teams whose first 100 meters of this race were sub 1 minute. So this is already shaping up to be a very fast final heat of the night, folks. And coming into the wall first to close the first leg of the race, just under 2 minutes in lane 2, still in first place, it is Luka Tomic for the Aces. Diving into the water now in lane 1 for the Kingston Blue Marlins is Sean Malik. In lane 2 is Robert Pop for the Aces. Lane 3 for the Crusaders is Agaron Ramos. In lane 4 for rock swimming, Louis Lalonde. In lane 5 for the Mount Pearl Marlins, Felix Shepard. In lane 6 for the Trojans, Kalen Bellis. And in lane 7 for the Kingston Blue Marlins is, in lane 7 for the Swim Ottawa is Zachary Pantaroto. And it looks like lane 6 has taken the lead, and that is Kalen Bellis for the Trojans, but it is not much of a lead yet as lane 2 is still holding strong, and that is Robert Pop for the Aces. Kalen Bellis, a very fast sprinter in the breaststroke events. A Dalhousie commit for next year. Can he hold off the competition here in a longer event, a 200-meter freestyle? We saw him medal earlier in the 200-meter breaststroke, so we know that he has a little bit of endurance to him, but we'll have to see how he can hold on in the freestyle. It's a very close race for all of the teams here, all holding very quick paces. I'm going to make an early prediction and say that this race is going to come down to the anchor leg, folks. Each of these teams have very strong relays put together. As the swimmers come back into my view, it looks like Robert Pop has actually regained the lead for the Aces, but Kalen Bellis is not far behind, nor is lane 3, Agaron Ramos for the Crusaders. And it is Robert Pop regaining the lead for the Aces with a dominant back half. Very quick back half speed there by Pop. Diving into lane 2 now is going to be Silas Campbell for the Aces. Diving in next in lane 1 for the Kingston Blue Marlins is going to be Zan Ladinick. In lane 2, Silas Campbell for the Aces. In lane 3, Will Myrer for the Dartmouth Crusaders. Lane 4 for rock swimming is Ryan Ait Mamar. Lane 5 for the Mount Pearl Marlins, Daniel Pierce. In lane 6 for the Trojans is Zachary Marquez. And in lane 7 for Swim Ottawa is Ewan Van Stratton. A very smooth and controlled leg here by Silas Campbell. Not wanting to give up any ground to the other teams here. It looks like Will Myrer in lane 3 has pulled Dartmouth into second. This is looking like a brilliant third leg here on Will Myrer. Flipping first is in fact the Aces at a time of 5:01.83, with the Crusaders about 5 seconds behind in a 5:06.48. And the battle for third place is very intense here between the Trojans, the Mount Pearl Marlins, and in lane 4, the rock swimming. And folks, this race is not over for rock swimming because their anchor is Olivier Risk, who you saw at the top of the podium earlier in the night in the 800-meter freestyle. Will Myrer has made up a lot of ground here on the Aces, but it is still the Aces in first place. It'll come down to the anchor leg, folks, just as I had predicted. Huge swim from Will Meyer here, making up a lot of ground for the Crusaders. And it is 6:07.70, lane 2. That is still the Aces. In lane 3, that is the Dartmouth Crusaders. Diving in now, it is Alex Johnson Humble. Diving in for the Aces is Benjamin Sauce. In lane 1, it is going to be for the Sackville Waves. Oh no, sorry, for the Kingston Blue Marlins is going to be Ben Winterborn, who we've also seen on top of the podium in a number of events already tonight. In lane 4 for rock swimming is Olivier Risk. In lane 5 for the Marlins, Joel Thomas. In lane 6 for the Halifax Trojans is Hassan Hosni. And in lane 7 for Swim Ottawa, that is going to be Callum McGregor. Folks, it is looking like a battle for first and a battle for third here. Right now between lane 2 and lane 3. That is the Aces versus the Crusaders. It is Benjamin Sauce versus Alex Johnson Humble. And Johnson Humble has taken a lead here. The Aces were first to the wall, but Johnson Humble is clearly about half a body length ahead here, coming off of that turn. And Olivier Risk has pulled the rock swimming ahead of the Marlins, and lane 6, which is the Trojans here, for the anchor leg of the relay. Alex Johnson Humble has cleared the field, but Olivier Risk is on the hunt. He's making up ground quickly here. Here comes Olivier Risk. It's coming down to the touch, folks. It's gonna be Risk, but 1/100th of a second in lane 4 for rock swimming, just out touching Alex Johnson Humble of the Crusaders to take home the men's 800-meter freestyle relay title in lane 2 in an 8:17.33. It is going to be Benjamin Sauce and King Ring bring it home for the Aces for bronze. The times on the board are not yet official, folks, but what a finish. It does not get any closer than that. That is one of the fastest swims we've seen of the night, folks. That was a thrilling way to end the first day of the 2023 Ken Dunn East Coast Championships. Thank you all for listening. I've been Ewan McLean, joined by my co-host,
Adam Bauma.
Thank you all for listening, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. Good night, folks.